How's my voice coming out over the sound? I noticed that there's no actual audio options at the start. Like, there's no actual, like, audio settings that you can go into outside of the emulation of this, because this is the Xbox Series S version that was released recently. So I was expecting there might have been something that you could do, like, at the start, but that's no worries. Just leave it on that. Hopefully it doesn't go into the thing again, even though it is fucking awesome. Hey there, Dr. Sour Patch. Welcome to you. Let's fucking go. This is the shit best menu music ever made. Absolutely. This game was such a phenomenon when it came out. I'd seen the movie, like being teased at the cinema and stuff, but I didn't actually watch it. But the year that this game came out, though, I finally actually saw it as well, and it was after playing this, I was like, yep, I'm a Bond fan now. Hey there, Matthew, welcome. One of your favourite lines from the movie is Boris saying, haha, I am invincible! That's so funny how he gets killed. I am Boris Grishenkov. Hey there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? I haven't actually played this game for a long time. I've been wanting to stream it for ages, and I could have done. Admittedly, I could have done it with Nintendo 64 emulator, but as time went on and didn't get around to it. But then when they announced that they were finally porting Goldeneye to the Xbox, I was like, oh well, I may as well wait now for that. And so this is the first stream I've ever done of this game. We're looking forward to it. Alright, so I don't know what I'm going to do for the playthrough, because I might be so engrossed in the game that we do all the difficulties and all that, I don't know, but you can't do the highest difficulty straight away, I'm pretty sure from memory. Maybe you can. Alright, but we're going to go with Secret Agent difficulty. And for those who haven't played this game before, this game has optional objectives that you can do. The higher the difficulty, the more optional objectives there are that you have to do to actually get through the level. Actually, they're not optional objectives. What am I saying? They're not optional, Roger. They're objectives that you have they're objectives that you have to do. There's not side objectives or anything. Sorry, I'm still thinking in modern vernacular with video games. Both Goldeneye and Mortal Kombat were released on the same day in Australia. That's so cool. I didn't even realise that. But yeah, I remember in primary school actually we were doing like a play, and we went to the local theatre, which also had a stage, and I saw the trailer for Goldeneye and 7 actually being shown as well. Another great movie that came out that year. Right, for example. If we go to just easy, the only objective you have is bungee jump from the platform, so you just run to the end of the level, basically. On Secret Agent, you have to neutralise all the alarms and bungee jump from the platform. And then, on the highest difficulty, or at least, I think there might be a fourth one, I can't remember. But in this one, you have to neutralise all alarms, install covert mode, intercept data backup, and then bungee jump from the platform. You imagine that for a double feature, Mortal Kombat 7, of course. Oh yeah, dude. It'd be so awesome. What I also liked about this game was that you would get background from him. So we have Secret Agent James Bond, Mission 1, Archangelsk, Part 1 Dam, background. MI6 has confirmed the existence of a secret chemical warfare facility at the Bailamoye Dam, USSR. Its heavily guarded location and workings are a cause for major concern. Nerve gas produced there has been turning up in the hands of hostile regimes around the world and deals with international terrorists have been rumored. This facility should be destroyed with extreme prejudice. Oh, then you get the end briefing, sorry. The area around the dam is well defended against full-scale military attack, but a lone agent stands a much better chance. The easiest way to gain entrance to the weapons facility will be to get down the fence of the dam. Will be to get down the face of the dam. Q had an idea about that. Q branch. information concerning shipping and contacts is stored in a computer system in a secret ops room within the dam. With this covert modem connected to the satellite link, we can intercept the data when a backup is carried out. As for getting down the dam, use the bungee jump rope. At the bottom of the jump, use the baton gun. Simple. Don't touch that. That's my lunch. Money penny. Hardly a lover's leap, James. Be careful though. I hate to think of you falling for anyone else. And that was the other great thing, that they had Moneypenny have something to say. Now, could you imagine in a proper remake of this game, not actually the one that they did, but a proper remake of this game with actual acting from, you know, the people who were involved, or if not, you know, get other people. But Samantha Bond was the name. No joke, that's her last name. Samantha Bond was the actress who played Moneypenny when Pierce Brosnan was playing James Bond. Alright, let's begin. Fuck, this music's so good. Got lots of memories wrapped up in this game. Just want to have a look at something though. How's my voice coming out over the game and stuff? You're definitely a prime example of a game based on a movie done right. Interestingly enough, this was also by Rare. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Originally this was going to be a Super Nintendo title, but I'm glad that they held back and decided to make it for the Nintendo 64 instead. I think it was a great move because while the game would have been awesome on the Super Nintendo, I think doing the first person on this was much better. I don't know if they were going to do the first person aspect when it was a Super Nintendo title, but they did do first-person shooter games on the Super Nintendo, but they had to do a lot of changes. Like Doom, for example, on the Super Nintendo has a few levels that are missing, plus the resolution also is changed, etc. But yeah, I'm glad that they went with the Nintendo 64 for this game instead. And you're definitely right. You know, it makes it adapts the story really well. It does make some changes here and there, stuff like that. The voice is fine, the game mode is pretty loud though, yeah. Yeah, I was sort of thinking it was. Alright, so... Alright, so how's that for the music? Is the music still too loud for my voice? I have to do a bit of adjusting as well. It's better? Cool. I might put it down a little bit more then. And put the FX down further. Alright, auto aim is on, hold control, yep. Sight on screen on, look ahead off, ammo on screen on. Alright, so let's have a look at the screen. There we go, we have that. I'm just so excited to be playing this game. No, I don't know, that doesn't really work for me. I'd rather go full. Go the old school experience. Ratio, let's have a look just what it looks like on normal. Oh yeah. Cool. You're best known for Donkey Kong Country and Killer Instinct. That's true. What legendary games. You know, it was very interesting, you know, how they were bought by Microsoft eventually. And the thing about this game is it's been in the pipeline to be brought to the Xbox for a very long time. Because there were so many rights involved, they would have had to sort out the rights, firstly with the rights holders for the James Bond IP and Goldeneye. They would have had to get clearances for the likenesses to still be used, especially by Pierce Brosnan and all the other people, you know, Sean Bean and that, who had their likeness used. They would have had to sort that out. And then you've got the rights issues alone between Nintendo and Microsoft to sort of like sort out and things like that. So I'm glad that they managed to compromise and basically be like, hey, how about we release it on both systems? You know, so there's so much stuff that they seemingly had to do behind the scenes, but it's just awesome to be playing this game, especially on an Xbox. And the thing that I've noticed straight away is on the Nintendo 64, when you're actually holding the controller, it's very, it's like an elastic band in a way. It feels like when you're aiming with the Nintendo 64 controller and the reticule, this is a lot smoother. Like you still have gun sway, but the actual movement of the cursor is much smoother than it was. And the thing about the Nintendo 64 controller is I personally didn't mind it, but to look at it you would think, what the fuck is this monstrosity? But it actually quite worked well for certain things, but nowadays it's very awkward to use a control stick in the center on a prong in the middle of your controller, like it was with the Nintendo 64. Hey there Matthew, Ryu, don't forget Banjo-Kazooie and Jet Force Gemini, also made by Rare. That's true. I also loved their, what was it? There was another game that they did. It wasn't Perfect Dark. I didn't mind that, but I didn't really go for it as much as I did for this game. Even though it uses the same engine and all that type of stuff. Ryu, speaking of which, I uploaded something to Discord. Oh, that's good, dude. I'll check that out in a moment. Alright, so let's have a look at this ratio. That's all done. Rumble on. So for those who didn't know, with the Nintendo 64, if you wanted to simulate feedback in the controller, it wasn't built into it. You had to actually buy a separate accessory called the Rumble Pack. And you would plug it in the back of your controller, and then any games that used it, you'd be able to take advantage of it. However, the thing about it was that you didn't really have the ability to put that in, plus other required things for certain stuff as well. So you had to basically swap it out and that kind of stuff. Ryu, Matthew, back in the day, Rare knew how to make some great games. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really played a lot of their stuff since when they moved to the Xbox. But I saw a bit of Banjo Nuts and Bolts and I thought, interesting to try and change things up. But I think a better approach would have been to just do a retro-style sequel. You know, that would have been the best way to do it. Your controller with 3 handles seems like a controller made for Goro or the Shokan. Oh yeah, exactly, Ryu. That's the thing, right? I remember in the Turok games how you had to basically use the yellow buttons to move forward, back, left, and strafe left and right. Oh, cool, Ryu. Mortal Kombat vs. Killer Instinct fan art. Oh, nice. Now imagine that as a combination. That's cool. I like how they've even put the creases in the image. Cool. Alright, something else I wanted to look at was this. So you could abort your mission and all that. Got weapons. There's also items that you get. Alright, controllers, what I wanted to have a look at. So let's have a look at controller. Look sensitivity. Oh, wait. Jesus Christ. Configure. Look sensitivity. Alright, let's turn that down a bit. Just test it. Alright, that's a bit... Oh, it's not too bad. I might keep it at that. What else do I need to do? Boom, 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 boom. Oh man, I fucking love this game. As I said, I've got so many memories of it. Alright, so weapon plus and weapon minus. So that, okay, so that's where they've put it. I worked out which button was to do this, to switch up the weapons that way, but to actually go back and forth, they've got the left and right bumpers. That's awesome. Quick access. There we go. You better yet, imagine if Mortal Kombat and Killer Instinct was a shared universe. Yeah. Okay, game. Okay, the reload button isn't the interact button. Alright. Let's have a look. Action. It's the A button. Okay. The music was just so well done because it really, really evokes James Bond. Yeah, they did a great job. And I actually like the instrumental score for... Oh no, you don't. Granted, there was also the crossover with the Battletoads Double Dragon. This is true. There was. Now the true test about this game is to see if I remember where all the enemy placements are. This is the thing too, right? Like, I first played this in like 1997, and back then I was a teenager. In fact, I was only 13 years old. Somewhere around there. So, as you get older, no matter how good you are, eventually you will start to see differences when you replay, especially when you replay old games for nostalgia purposes. That's when you really get shown up as to how much things have changed and to how differently things are now. But the thing about this game is, I was never even a master player at it back in the day, so, but it's just so good. I wonder too if they've kept all the, wonder if they've kept all the secrets and stuff. There's actually an island over this way that was in the original concept for the game, but they didn't actually end up using it. But there is a way to actually get over there, but I don't know how. But yeah, that was an area that was intended to be used originally. So it's cool that they kept that in as well. So since we're playing on this difficulty, where's the objectives? we only have to, we have to neutralize all the alarms. Okay, good. And bungee jump from the platform. Alright, so let's have a look at something. Controller. Okay. Safe. Really nice way to quote Liu Kang. Exactly, before he crushes Reptile. Oh no, you don't. So I've got a free follow emote of James Bond, and I've also got a channel points reward for random Bond movie quotes. So that'll be active during this playthrough. There we go, so now we've finished that objective. All we need to do now is bungee jump off the side. That's true, Ryu, yeah, played this during the release year. Actually rented it, and it was just, I don't know, it's hard to describe how it felt playing this game back then, because so much stuff was different back then too, as well. But yeah, so good to be playing this game again. And as I said at the top of the stream, like, I've had plenty of opportunities to stream this since I got a laptop. You know, I could have just done the emulated version on, you know, Nintendo 64, but time went on, I didn't get around to it, and then when they announced this was being ported to Xbox, I was like, well, I may as well wait, you know, until that's finalized. And here we are. Hey, Itachi, how's it going? You've tried to replay this using your USB N64 controller and struggled to aim. Lucky the aim assist is so OP. Oh yeah, Tachi, that's the thing, right? Like, having that is really good, but yeah, the Nintendo 64 controller, as much as I didn't mind it, yeah, it's very archaic in a way when you think about it. And I think this game's kind of underrated because, you know, obviously PC gamers are like, yeah, we had, you know, we already had our big first-person shooter already, you know, so what's this Goldeneye thing? Oh, you know, whoopity-doo, big deal. But the thing about it was, number one, it was based on a movie, you know, and those sorts of games, for a while, by default, were crap, you know, or if they were good, they were decent, but they weren't amazing titles, you know what I mean? But this one changed that, and then also, it was a big thing about having optional objectives, or having objectives in the mission. Instead of just being like, you need to get this key to open this door, and then you need to find the exit to the level, it was like, before you leave the level, you have to make sure you've done these key things, and there were different things, like power this down, plan a bug on this, you know, do this, destroy that, you know, these sorts of things. You generally prefer PS1, but Nintendo 64 had some solid games that truly made the console worth owning. Obviously, you had Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. Yeah, Ryu, that's true. You know, like, I remember when the PlayStation was around, I wasn't really interested in it. In fact, you know, I basically was like, you know, I'll just stick with Nintendo. But 3 years later, when it was 1999, I changed my tune because I was, you know, playing Metal Gear Solid at a friend's, and the Silent Hill demo, I was like, you know what, I want to get a PS1 now, so I got one. And some of the early titles I got for it was like Siphon Filter, which they're fucking amazing games. Can't wait to replay them again as well. But you're right, they did have some solid games. I also liked Star Fox 64. I thought that was really, really good. In fact, that'd be cool if they could get that remastered or something. Hey there, Lizzie, good evening to you. I hope things are going good. Ryu, you love the WWF and WCW games by AKI on the console. Oh yeah, dude. It was so funny too because of the character models' faces. How they'd have an expression on their face the whole match. No matter what happened to them. If they're getting bashed the fuck up, or if they were bleeding, they still had, like, characters that had a grin on their face, still had a grin on their face when they were bleeding and almost, you know, defeated. It's just so funny. So what I want to do as we go through the game is kind of try and think about the movie. So in the movie, if I go back all the way here, just to give examples of what they've done with adapting the movie into the game. So in the movie, it does this flashback scene, and the game follows that too. This point here where this gate is, everything that we went through before that point is not in the movie. Basically, James Bond goes through the gate, he does whatever he has to do, goes through the gate, and then he runs along the top of the dam here, all the way until he gets to the bungee jump point, and he bungee jumps off, and then he uses the baton gun to actually lower himself to the hatch that he has to open. But in this game, they had that whole opening sequence part, they had going across here, optional objectives. In the movie, he doesn't have to get rid of alarms, nothing. He just basically sprints, jogs, does a bungee jump off here. Now in the game, it doesn't have a bungee rope, but in the movie he does. And it doesn't show him actually use the baton gun to ease his landing near the hatch in the game, but in the movie, that's something that happens. Bond doing a leap of faith. So yeah, in the movie he actually has a special weapon, special tool, that when he gets to the bottom of that dam on a bungee jump rope, he shoots it, and then it basically latches onto the hatch, and then there's like a little rotor thing, and when he presses something, it actually draws him in closer to steady him, and then he just opens up, and then you have the next scene. So the other thing about the game is that you had cheats that you could unlock and things by getting the best time. And Goldeneye is perhaps one of the most speed-run or speed-ran games. Achievement unlock run with a demo on it. But yeah, gave you your stats, told you how long it took you, what the target time was, accuracy, weapon of choice, you know, shot total, kill total, all that type of stuff. Is it going well? How's the game and how are you? Oh, that's good to hear, Lizzie. Oh, sorry, I missed your comment. Yep, Stone Cold had the angry face and The Rock had his eyebrow raised during the whole game. It's like, Rock, you were defeated, but you had a grin on your face the whole time. Can you explain why? There's no voice acting, so you just stand there grinning. Thank you for your time. Walk off. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Lizzie. That's awesome. And I'm going great too, and the game's going really well so far. Big nostalgia playthrough for me. Matachi, you never went as far as the Cradle map. Playing through on 00 Agent when you were a kid was almost impossible. You just had no clue what to do, even though you could see what the objectives were. The only time you played the last two maps was from hiring the game out and using the saves left by other people. They always had every cheat unlocked as well. that was the thing, right, about renting games, wasn't it? You know, like, obviously when it came to games where you had a memory card, it was a different story, but, you know, Super Nintendo games that, you know, only had the actual game itself to save on. This game, for example, you know, basically you were running a gamble as to whether or not your save would still be there the next time you rented it. Alright, so Secret Agent James Bond, Mission 1, Archangelsk Part 2 Facility. Primary objectives: gain entry to laboratory area, contact Double Agent, rendezvous with 006, destroy all tanks in the bottling room, and minimize scientist casualties. So if you don't do all the objectives, for those who don't know, you have to restart the mission. Even if you get to the end of the mission and you get to the end point, you'll have to redo it all. to know if you've gotten all the optional objectives, aside from checking in the menu of course, is if you get that little cutscene that happens after every level, then you know you've got everything done. I think. Anyway, maybe I'm misremembering. Background. Inside the chemical weapons facility, you should quickly and efficiently proceed to the bottling area and place demolition charges on the main gas tanks. Political considerations demand that collateral damage is minimised in this mission. Non-military personnel should be disregarded. You'll be working with 006 on this assignment. The bottling room is the rendezvous point. Don't forget to contact our double agent scientist before you leave. Warn him to get out. He will provide you with a decoder from the final security door. There are no women or casinos for 1,000 miles 007, so even you will be able to concentrate on this mission. Now listen carefully, Bond. Those bombs will be armed as soon as the last one is set. Don't be too close when you set them off, or you'll go up in flames as well. And while you're at it, please try and bring back that door opener undamaged for once. Too much rough handling like the last mission, and it might go wrong at a bad time. Honestly, 007, sometimes I think you damage your equipment on purpose. They did a perfect job at capturing Q's personality and everything just in text form. It's just so good. Moneypenny. These chemicals could prove to be a match even for your pheromones, James. Don't take too many risks. Classic. Beg your pardon. Got to knock. That was the other funny thing in this game too. Shooting enemies' hats off. Alright, so something that's different. In the movie, basically James Bond, once he's opened up that hatch, he's upside down inside the cubicle and the dude on the toilet is reading a newspaper. And then when the dude lowers the newspaper and sees Bond staring in front of him, Bond is like, beg your pardon, forgot to knock, and then punches him the fuck out. Love that sequence. You felt, when it came to traditional fighting games, they were mostly better on PS1 and Saturn. You felt the Mortal Kombat games had better controls on PS1 than they did on N64. And of course, the big fighting game for PS1 besides MK and Street Fighter was Tekken. In terms of Saturn, it was Virtua Fighter. Yeah, that's the thing. Having multiple platforms, you'd get the same game, but you'd have different experiences as well. The Nintendo 64 version of Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero was the first one that I played. I love this music. Boom, boom, boom. Oh dear. Never gets old. So the thing about this game too was when enemies died in front of another enemy, you couldn't shoot through the dying enemy to hit the other enemy. The enemy behind could actually shoot through the dead enemy to hit you. as well. So that's an example of what happened there. Matthew, in your opinion, Pierce Brosnan was a great James Bond. I thought so too. I was aware of James Bond, of course, before seeing Goldeneye. On television, they had shown Bond movies and stuff, but I was at the age where it didn't really interest me. And I think part of that was because the Bond movies that I were seeing on television were the real old ones. And by that point, I didn't have an appreciation of older movies. But yeah, when I saw Goldeneye played this game, there were two major things that made me become a Bond fan. Yeah, I thought it was great. It's a shame that his final movie was Die Another Day. But the thing about Die Another Day, I think it had some good ideas, especially having Bond get captured at the start. And you really get the like, up until that point, with some exceptions in some movies, James Bond was viewed by, you know, viewed by MI6 as you know, a very like reliable agent. Sometimes, you know, when he'd go rogue, probably not so much, wouldn't feel that way about him. But in Die Another Day, when he gets captured, and he's captured for so long, they of course don't trust him anymore, because they don't feel that they can trust whether or not he actually revealed any secrets while he was under interrogation and under all the stress that happened. But I think it was a great sort of idea. I really wish that Die Another Day was more about that. But the thing about it is, you still had to have the formula of what James Bond was. So I get that thing. Plus, it was like an anniversary of the franchise as a whole. So they wanted to obviously make a lot of references to the earlier Bond movies and the earlier actors and stuff like that. But yeah, I think they should have at least spent more time with this idea that Bond was not trusted by, you know, MI6, and you know, it's a bit of a twist. It'd be a bit of a twist on the rogue Bond story. You know, like in the past he's gone rogue for revenge, you know, things like that. And rogue as in not following orders. I don't mean rogue as in he becomes like a villain or anything like that, but he just basically, like in License to Kill, he loses his license to kill. And he gets stripped of, you know, being a 00 agent, and so, but he wants to go and get revenge. So he's like, fuck you then, I'll go get my revenge. Street Fighter was better on Saturn, but because that console failed, most people didn't even get to play these ports as great as they were. Speaking of frozen faces during games, yeah, well that's understandable too, you know, like when that console failed. And I remember reading some conspiracy theories that they felt that Sony really had something to do with that behind the scenes, because they didn't want their competition. Because wasn't there something like the Saturn, or was that, no, that was the Dreamcast, sorry. I'm thinking of Dreamcast, not Saturn. Yeah, the frozen face thing was so funny. Alright, looks like Dr. Doak will probably be over this way. That's right, we'll go in here. You Die Another Day had a shitty scene where he's surfing over a tsunami. Not only is it bad CGI, but Escape from LA had a similar scene. Yeah, that's true. I think it really suits Escape from LA though. I think too, John Carpenter's kind of like satire in that goes a bit unnoticed and underrated, I feel, because essentially with Escape from LA, he's actually satirizing sequels to action movies. Especially this idea where you have a concept that's been done before, but slightly different, you know. So yeah, I think that's an aspect of that movie that some overlook. And it's one of the things that John Carpenter does, is he likes to subvert expectations, not only of character, but also genre as well, you know. And look at this guy. Oh man, his face. Agreed. A bit like how Rambo 2 was more action heavy than First Blood. They look happy to be there. That's true. Even though they're being shot at, they're just grinning and being like, we love working here. We get shot at, but it's okay. We love it. It's great. But yeah, Rambo 2. And the thing about that movie is that there's actually some really good dramatic moments in that too. And this is the other thing. This is when things get focused on too much by people. Like, yeah, there's a lot of running around shooting, you know. Yeah, he basically can stand in a field with 20 people all shooting at him and they all miss, but he gets them all, you know. Yeah, there's definitely that, but there's so many moments, you know, that like that simple moment at the start where he's being briefed on the mission and they're like, you know, you have all the tools and technology that you could ever ask for, and he's like, I believe that the mind is the best weapon. And then the dude's like, things change, and he's like, for some people, you know, there's a little bit of humor in there too as well. But then you have the scene where he's on the boat with Ko, and she's asking him, you know, what does expendable mean? And he's like, it's like when you're invited to a party and you don't show up, no one cares, you know. And then when she dies, of course, is a big dramatic moment too. So there's definitely, throughout that movie and its big major action set pieces, there's definitely a lot of, you know, emotional kind of stuff that's put in there. And his character still comes through. It's not until Rambo 3 that they start to inject a bit more of the kind of like one-liner kind of thing, you know. Oh, that's right. What am I doing? Open. Bloody ball. There. There we go. But yeah, that's the thing about Rambo 2. It's like with Rocky 3. Rocky 3 gets labeled as just an action movie without any dramatic or emotional stuff, but it's like, really? Mickey dying's not emotional? No? Like... Even Rocky 4, you know, and Rocky 4 is more of like a cheesy action Rocky than them all, but even that has, you know, some moments there. And even the movie that I think is still the worst overall in the series, Rocky 5, even that has some redeeming qualities. Like that flashback scene to Mickey was great. And this idea that Rocky is getting so, you know, obsessed and tunnel visioned with Tommy Gunn that he actually completely, you know, neglects his own son and things like that. And, you know, it's one of those things where you feel for Rocky a bit, because he does love his son a lot. You know, you can see that in the other movies that he does. But in that movie, he's sort of like distracted and everything, and he's looking for... See, in Rocky's mind in that movie, he was looking for not a replacement for his son, obviously. He was looking for someone to train. You know, he wanted to be for him what Mickey... Like, he wanted to be for Tommy Gunn what Mickey was for him. You know, so that's essentially what he wanted to do. But he didn't realize that his son was at an age where his son was trying to bond more with him and wanted to spend more time with him. And the thing about that is, the more time he was spending training Tommy Gunn, the less time he was spending with his son, and it wasn't just a case of scheduling. Like, he could have actually fit time in to actually spend time with his son too, but the problem was he was sort of like so distracted by wanting to be that mentor figure to him that everything else was just falling by the wayside, and the timing was such that his son became a bit rebellious and things like that, but that's definitely some dramatic kind of stuff. But yeah, the street fight at the end isn't that bad either. Like, I think that's quite well done. Alright, so we got all the optional objectives done except for Rendezvous 006. Cool. Alright, so let's go. Proximity mines. Well, not proximity mines, but these ones. Hey there, hippie. Static? Oh god, not this game too. For fuck's sake. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. And now it's doubled up. There's echo on it. Alright, it's fine now. Thanks for letting me know about that, Ryu. That really fucking sucks. So, like, I can't get away from it now. Like, all these new games... Well, this game's not new, but I mean, it's a port to the Xbox. But even this is fucking up. Oh well, in the future I'll play this on emulator. But yeah, it's like... Good thing it's on Game Pass too, so I didn't pay for it. Hey there, hippie. Welcome to you. So a lot of what I was talking about is probably gone to static, but oh well. I won't worry about repeating. It's only movie stuff. Hippie, what's this? Surprise game? How old is this? Yeah, so this game originally came out in 1997. And that's when I first played it. I was about 13 years old at the time. And I had seen the movie, but it wasn't until I played this game that I became a fan of James Bond. And they recently released this to the Xbox and to the Nintendo Switch. It was originally a Nintendo 64 game, and the company Rare was actually owned by Nintendo back in the day. But eventually they were bought by Microsoft, and all these years later they finally managed to work out a way to port this game to Xbox because it was a rights issue. There was all these rights with various rights holders that had to be sorted, and agreements had to be made between Microsoft and Nintendo and all that kind of stuff. So there was a bit of legal wrangling that had to go on to get this to this point, but yeah, this was the surprise game. And unfortunately, it's another game that when I'm streaming it, static appears on the broadcast. It's just like, fuck me, can't get away from that. It's just fucking annoying. I'm probably the only Xbox player who ever experiences it though, no in my life. Door is locked. That's because Rod didn't get a keycard, did he? But we also have the door decoder, I just remember that. Was locked. Now it's unlocked. Love this line from the movie. Glad you make it, 007. For England, James. For England, Alec. It was too easy, Alec. Half of everything is luck, James. And the other half? Fate. random trivia, if you adjust for inflation, Avatar is not the top grossing film of all time. That spot goes to the 1939 film Gone with the Wind. Yeah, it's interesting how currencies and their values change over the decades. Alright, so this mission, the runway. Find plane ignition key, destroy missile battery and escaping plane. The service runway is the obvious escape route from the Archangelsko weapons facility. 006 knew this was going to be a risky mission. His sacrifice should give you enough time to find an aircraft. Keep a cool head and you'll get out alive. Just be certain to knock out the heavy gun emplacements and missile battery, or they'll swat you out of the air like a silver fly. No time for gadgets here, 007. Just improvise with what you can find close to hand. Brace under pressure, as always, James. In 1939, Gone with the Wind made $390 million. If you adjust for inflation, it becomes, yeah, there's nearly 4 times what Avatar made. Yeah, that's understandable as well. But yeah, I never saw the movie. You've got to love the stock sounds when you kill enemies. Oh yeah, exactly. I'm surprised that there's no ear in this game. Shin, your favourite cheats for this game is Mega Noggin and Paintball. Yeah, the DK mode, Donkey Kong mode, we get the really big head with small body. Yeah, that was the fun thing about this game, these cheats that you could get. Ryu, this is close to the kind of game that Rambo needed, combined with Tomb Raider and Metal Gear Solid. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah, so that's the thing about Rambo. an aspect of his character and the way he does stuff that has never, to my knowledge, been even attempted in any video game that has ever made a Rambo game is stealth. And there's plenty of examples. In fact, in every single movie, even the new ones, there's at least one scene where he kills enemies using stealth. And it's just such a big missed opportunity. And in different decades, you've had different games that could have been made by the people and turned into a Rambo game. You know, like if Rare made a Rambo game, they could have done a great job. They already proved themselves with this that they could do video game-based movies at the time. So why not do another video game-based, you know, a movie based on a game based on a movie, sorry. And then you had like Ubisoft could have done a Rambo game back when they were doing the Splinter Cell games. You know what I mean? The reboot Tomb Raider games, the combat and the stealth, perfect gameplay and perfect game engine for a Rambo game. You know, there's all these things, but no, what do we get? We get these shoddy, low budget, half-assed games based on Rambo. We don't get anything that's AAA quality, which is a fucking waste. You know, there's so much potential. The best Rambo has ever been in video game form, and I haven't even played it, is Mortal Kombat 11. Yeah, exactly, Ruby. Mortal Kombat 11 implements stealth in its fighting style, see? So that's good that they did. At least they understand. You know, it doesn't make sense why other game companies haven't done that, you know? Like, a perfect game would be a game when Rambo's in Vietnam, have him get captured and have him escape, and have that be the story of the game, you know, and have it be a prequel to First Blood. That would have been the way to do a Rambo game. That was AAA, stealth, and, you know, it even gets Stallone to do it maybe. Hey there, Royal Twix, welcome to you. I hope it's going well. Got those done. Obviously, there's a better time to do it in. Alright, so Mission 2, Sevenaya, Part 1, Surface. Primary objectives: power down communications dish, obtain safe key, steal building plans and enter base via ventilation tower. A spy satellite has detected increased levels of activity in an old observatory complex near Sevenaya, 62.08 north, 102.58 east in Russia. Other sources have confirmed the shipment of a large amount of computer hardware to that location and an influx of skilled personnel. It might be coincidence that there is a new head of the Soviet Space Weapons Division, your old friend General Arumov, or it might not. Penetrate the base and find out what is going on. Building plans for the underground section would be ideal. They are unlikely to be just lying around, so look for a safe. There's bound to be someone who can borrow a key. I've looked over the recon photographs and I advise you to stay clear of the main bunker entrance by the helipad. However, there seems to be a ventilation tower nearby which would make an excellent spot for a covert entry. You ought to power down the comms dish too. No point in letting them tell the whole of Russia you've dropped in. It's cold in Siberia, James. Make sure you wrap up warm and take care to protect your extremities. Yes, and we know what extremity Moneypenny is really referring to here. But I digress. So essentially the approach that they took with the story for the game based on the Warriors. Start off with a prequel and work your way through the events of the film. Exactly, Ryu. You know, there's a lot of story there, because obviously Rambo, like, he could have taken him multiple attempts and over, you know, a period of a couple of years to actually escape from that POW camp. So you have enough story there to do it. And even if he does manage to quote unquote escape, you can always have something happen, like maybe there's someone that he wants to go back for and wants to save, so he actually has to go back in and break in, you know. But it's you know, there's so much potential that they could have done. What I do like about this port is that it's a port. It's not like a remaster. It's not anything like that. And I don't think every game that is old needs a remaster. It just needs a good, you know, port to modern systems. This is something that I wish Konami understood when it came to their Silent Hill games. They had many opportunities to basically port the old school Silent Hill games, and don't do anything extra, don't remaster it, don't fuck it up, just a simple port, that's all. Man, this game's music is so iconic, it's just amazing work. If only they got Arnie to be James Bond. The buffest James Bond. No need for guns. Just bulletproof body and punch. Could you imagine that? That's all he needs. Everyone's shooting at him. The bullets just bounce off him and he just goes up there and just punches them out. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, they had to sort some things out with the rights, it seems, but they ultimately got it all sorted. So you can also get it on the Nintendo Switch as well. Yeah, Hippie. Yeah, this game was interesting too when it came out because it actually had objectives that you had to complete that were more than just collect this key and then open this door that you couldn't access before and then, you know, get to the end of the level. And when you change difficulty, they even add more objectives for you to do. So right now I'm playing just on the normal difficulty. They call them Agent, which is easy, Secret Agent, which is normal, and then 00 Agent, which is hard. The closest you'll get to Arnold as Bond is probably True Lies. That's a good point as well. Yeah, definitely with that movie. Alright, so still need to get the key. The key's in the safe rod, that's right. Hey there, Drake. Welcome to you. He's still the worst witch you can ever hire, it's Rod. Yo, you downloaded Scripts for Witcher 3 and man, you had so much spies on Nilfgaard and Northern Realms and medics for Nilfgaard. Cheating is disgusting when you do it single player. Welcome, Drake. I hope things are going really good. And yes, too busy playing Gwent all the time to actually do any witchering. It's like, whoa. Hehe, grenade launcher. That's true, Ryu, right near the balls. I shot an enemy in the butt earlier, and it's so funny because they react accordingly. Drake, your next relationship lasted 3 months, going for the divorce papers today. Well, one thing I've learned as someone whose parents split up is nothing lasts forever. Some people do stay together forever, but that's not everyone's experience. Fortunately, in some cases, unfortunately in others, depending. Alright, so the safe key is one of these other huts that is way back that other way. Pretty sure. I'm a bit rusty on this game too, so there will be stuff that I'll forget. But it's definitely not a sign to backseat, of course. I like how even these little model cars and stuff roll up. Oh man. So I don't know if I'll finish this game today, but this will be my Wednesday game anyway until I feel like I've done enough in it. But I definitely obviously want to finish the game as part of the playthrough. But whether or not I keep on going to get... I might even wait until a future playthrough to actually get the game done on 00 Agent, because I do have a lot of games I still need to get to, and there's one in particular that I'll be doing after this game, but I'll talk more about that and what it is when I get close to the end of this playthrough. Here's the safe key. There we go. Drake, here you see the Doomslayer as a 00 Agent. See how he has to reload when his clips run out? Exactly. Yeah, that was the other thing too, like, you didn't see the character actually reload their weapons, but... Ryu, you can relate to being rusty. You're going to get a copy of one of the SmackDown games for PS2, and and it has been years since you played them. Plus you've been playing the latest Mortal Kombat games again after spending so much time away. Yeah, that's definitely understandable, Ryu, you know, because the other thing is I really feel that, you know, depending on what you've played in between, it can really affect when you replay something else. Like for example, there's some games where I will forget that in a particular game, crouching is this button instead of that button, which it was in the previous game I was playing. You know? Alright, so we just need to enter the base via that and power down the communications disk. Disk. There we go, dish is powered down. Hey there, Afro. Welcome. It really is. The whole soundtrack in this game is awesome. One of my favorite ones is still the music in the final level. Cradle. They may seem very short and not that really amazing now, of course, but the idea of showing Bond at the end of the level actually doing something like jumping down in like that, or doing a bungee jump, or, you know, any number of things that he does at the end of the mission, it added a cinematic feel to it, which was very perfect, because this is obviously based not only on a character that's from movies, but actually a specific movie of James Bond's as well. Afro fall damage where exactly? Yeah, there's nothing in this game that I think you can actually fall off of except for the bungee jump if you haven't got the mission done, I think, and then some other places. Okay, so Mission 2, Seminaya, Part 2, Bunker. Primary objectives: disrupt all surveillance equipment, copy Goldeneye key and leave original, and photograph main video screen. A spy satellite has detected increased levels of activity at an old observatory complex. Oh no, that's the same thing as we read before. M. 007, I want you to infiltrate this base and find out what the devil's going on in there. The satellite photographs reveal that there has been recent underground excavation. We'd like to know the exact nature and planned extent of the workings. By the way, this is a covert operation. We may have to neutralize the security, but try not to be too obvious about it. We'll be doing some computer hacking on this mission, 007. I know you'd rather be cracking open a bottle of bubbly than cracking passwords, so I've taken the liberty of putting together a little gadget which will do the hard work for you. If you attach the data thief to their mainframe, it should override any computer security measures and download the information you require. Underground in Siberia, James. Some of us don't get further than the Northern Line. Boris Glishenko. I am invincible. If you shoot him, you get mission failed. There we go, finally worked out on the Xbox how to get that sorted. Alright, now that that's sorted, need to photograph the video screen. Hey there, Jeremy. How's it going, dude? Yeah, it's like any day now, Hawaiian shirt. It's like, come on, Boris. I don't have time for this. Alright. Now that's all the objectives. I'm so used to saying optional objectives, but in this game all the objectives in every difficulty are actually needed to be done. So, Mission 3, Kyrgyzstan, Part 1, Waterside. Primary objectives: photograph satellite, obtain telemetric data, retrieve satellite circuitry, and minimize scientist casualties. I remember when I first played this game back in 1997, this was one of the first missions that I found really difficult to get all the objectives done. Because on this mission you actually have a timer as well. How MI6 has become concerned that unscheduled test firings from a missile silo in Kyrgyzstan are being used to cover the launch of Goldeneye weapon satellites. Deep intelligence reports suggest that this operation may well be outside the control of the former Soviet powers in the region. Infiltrate the silo and ascertain what is being placed into orbit. If it is the satellites, recover their control circuitry and sabotage the launches. You are authorized to destroy the base if necessary. This is a matter of international security, 007. Consider the military personnel expendable. The layout of the missile silo means that a few carefully placed explosive charges will destroy the entire complex. Concentrate on the fuel rooms H4, C3, K2 and A1. 007, remember to treat the timed explosives with respect. You know what happened to 004 in Beirut. Oh, and get me a picture of the satellite. There's the chap. You leave at 1800 hours for Bishkek. James, just imagine those romantic nights in the steppes, lying beneath the stars and the campfires twinkling on the hills. Sounds like heaven. When you're in the arms of some dusky maiden, spare a thought for poor old me cooped up behind a desk in rainy London. got an objective. I really wanted you to see Bond die. Yeah, Hippie, Bond does not need a rifle. Yeah, sometimes I like to conserve that until necessary. Alright. Hippie, the name's Rod, Gary Rod. Sorry, you figured Gary's probably the most Australian name. obtain telemetric data. Where the fuck is the one that I'm missing then? Jesus Christ. Well, this is definitely simulating what it was like when I played this for the first time in 1997, getting to this level and fucking up and not being able to do it. Finally, got the obtained telemetric data. Don't know how I was missing it twice before. Must have got thrown or put in a spot that was hidden somewhere last time, out of plain view. There we go, finally. Hibby, thank you so much for redeeming the Random Bond movie quote. Thank you for that, I appreciate it. And Dawn Tana, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Transfer the money electronically, just minutes before you set off the Goldeneye, which erases any trace of the transactions. Ingenious. Thank you, James. But still, it boils down to petty theft. In the end, you're just a bank robber, nothing more than a common thief. If that's from Goldeneye, that's an exchange between James Bond and Alec Trevelyan, played by Sean Bean. And yes, he does die in Goldeneye, Sean Bean. Brings her fetid in for an exam today. When I went into the room, a second fetid poked his head out of her bag. In delighted surprise, I exclaimed, "Oh, you have two?" And she responded, "Yes, I am a small business owner." A small business owner. Sorry, dude, I don't actually fully get that. But thanks for redeeming the audio impression, though. Alright, so we have part 4. Mission 4, Monte Carlo. Part 1 Frigate. Primary objectives: rescue hostages, disarm bridge bomb, disarm engine room bomb, and plant tracking bug on helicopter. A demonstration of the pirate stealth helicopter by the French military has been unexpectedly postponed. Official channels insist that nothing is wrong, but unofficially MI6 has been asked to help salvage a very tricky hostage situation on board the frigate Lafayette. It seems that the Janus crime syndicate will stop at nothing in its attempt to hijack the helicopter. This is the best chance we've had in years to get a lead on Janus. The French are prepared to play along with the entrapment scenario. We need you to place a track on the pirate so that we can trace its movements after Janus steals it. This must go smoothly, 007. If the press get a sniff of this, we'll all have egg on our faces. The French have kindly given us technical details of the pirate, so I've managed to convert this tracker bug into quite a clever little chap. It's undetectable and it locks out all weapon firing commands. Janus is also threatening to blow up the ship. They are most likely to have placed explosives on the bridge and in the engine room. Take care, 007, and be certain to use the bomb diffuser correctly. Xenia Onatop, one of Janus's main operatives, may be on board the Lafayette. They say she has thighs of steel, James. Just be sure to stay out of their grasp. And yes, if anyone hasn't seen the movie, Xenia Onatop, played by Famke Janssen, she kills men specifically by, when having sex with them, squeezing them really tightly with her thighs so that they can't breathe and then they die. Mr. Gote, also game overpowering you. A group of, what? Also game overpowering you. What are you talking about? A group of ferrets is a business. Is it? Oh, okay, I see, I get it now. Oh, okay, Mr. Goat, the music, okay. There we go. How's that? As long as the game can still be heard, of course. Ryushi kills him Sonya Blade style. That's true. Oh, that's okay, Mr. Gote. There's no worries at all. Hostage executed? I missed the part where that's my problem. Oops. Love how they show you dying from every angle. Not every angle, but a few angles. So just a reminder, I've got some free follower emotes as well with James Bond. Only for this playthrough though. Once it's finished, they're no longer on the channel. Of course, there'd been an enemy behind me shooting, which failed the objective. Hey there, Mauler. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Welcome on in, everyone. Hey there, Desmond. Welcome. How's things? Mauler, you love Goldeneye, what a classic game. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have the static audio issue with this game too on the Xbox, so in the future I'll just do the emulated version. I could have done that before this point, but once they actually announced they were doing a port for this, I was like, oh cool. But yeah, with that static audio issue, there's no point streaming this game ever again after this point, on the Xbox that is. But it was on Game Pass, so I didn't pay any extra for it other than the Game Pass subscription, so it's not all that bad. But still, there's a lot of games. I'm making a list of games where where the static audio issue happens, and then that way I'll be able to buy those games again, but on the PlayStation 5, or for the PlayStation 5. Obviously some of them came out when it was the PS4. But how was your stream, Mauler? How was Hogwarts Legacy? Does it live up to the hype so far? Mr. Gote, it's now 4:20 PM. 4:20 PM. Desmond, is this a new 007 game? The graphics look cutting edge, right? Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is 2023. Graphics. Oh my god, the hostage's gonna die again. And failed again. Alright. No, it's just ported Mauler. The only remastering they've done is making it compatible with the Xbox 360 controller and the movement and stuff. But graphically, it's the exact same as it is on the Nintendo 64, which I like. I don't think every game has to be remastered. I think just porting it is enough. I just wish Konami would have done something similar for Silent Hill. Oh, you're being cheeky, more. Okay, there's no worries. The stream was great. You were loving Hogwarts. It's really beautiful and well done. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it so far. So is it like story-driven narrative, or is it just basically create your own character and then open world stuff with a little bit of story, or is it like, I guess, is it like Skyrim kind of thing, except with Harry Potter, as in like, you know, massive open world to explore? Fucking motherfuckers shooting the fucking bloody explosive shit. There's been no way this isn't made with the Unreal Engine 5. Isn't everything made with the Unreal Engine 5? Molly has a whole story behind it. You would say in general it's a pretty linear-based game story-wise, but it's super detailed and graphically amazing, and you're playing it on low settings to avoid lag during cutscenes. I see. Yeah, well that's it. The other games that they'd done based on the movies obviously had to follow a certain thing. So I guess to avoid any continuity errors, have they made it set like relatively early in Hogwarts' existence? Or is it sort of supposed to be like just 10 years or more before Harry Potter turned up kind of thing? Because I know that Simon Pegg plays the defense, is it the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher or something? It's 100 plus years before him, you think. Ah, okay, so that's a decent chunk of time before. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude? Oops. You're James Bond, not Bully Maguire. objective A completed. Objective A and B and C completed, so we just need to plant the tracking bug on the helicopter. Desmond, Simon Pegg plays the Headmaster. Ah, okay, Headmaster, cool. Headmaster Black. I see, yeah, so he's related to, well, ultimately, Sirius Black is related to him. It goes well. Running 25 years, I think. Oh, it's been hang on, Anglo Hogwarts is in no way a linear-based story game, is it? Okay, Anglo, I wouldn't know, I'm not playing it. Ronnie, it's been a minute since you played this game. 25 years, I think. Yeah, that's a long time, dude. It hasn't quite been so long for myself, but it has been a long time since I actually played the game from start to finish. I think years ago, like probably a few years back, maybe even before that, probably 2014, almost 10 years ago, I would have actually played it last. Smaller, so far you haven't been able to be super evil, but you're hoping you get some instances of having some freedom. Yeah, that would be so cool. Anglo says 300 years pre the films, is it? Okay, cool. Ronnie, there are Weasleys and Blacks. There sure are. The Weasleys. Well, you feel like the story has been pretty straightforward, set to a predetermined story in a lot of ways. Okay. Yeah, well hopefully that doesn't hold the game back. You know, because, that would be bad. Mr. Gote, neither am I. You want to play this instead? That's fair enough. Hey, Spicy Chicken, welcome. I'm going really, really good, thank you. How are you? Mission 5, Naya, Part 1, Surface. Primary objectives: break communications link to bunker, disable Spetsnaz support aircraft, and gain entry to bunker. The pirate helicopter was tracked to Naya, where a Keyhole 1 E-Link satellite recorded a brief firefight. After the pirate left, the same satellite observed a troop helicopter being made ready at a Spetsnaz camp 200 miles due south. The only way that we can get you there quickly is to drop you from a spy plane, and the Soviet Special Forces will be there for you. Before you. You should remember this place, 007. We need any evidence of Janus' presence there, and fast. Disable the troop helicopter so that nothing can be removed from the scene, and destroy their surveillance cameras. This had to be an inside job, Bond. Find out who their contact was. The macabre way to do it would be to use their casualty list. Of course, you'd have to know who was there first. Right, I've altered the standard mine to take a 10-second fuse. There's only one, so don't play around with them. That should take care of their helicopter. This is a covert op, so I've fitted a silencer to your pistol. Satisfied? No? Well, tough. That's all you'll get. Remember the saying, James? Never go back. Spicy Chicken, you're okay. You finally ordered Volume 2 of the good Asian comic. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Spicy. Hope that you're enjoying that as well. Is there a lot of volumes to it? Mr. Gote, Hogwarts seems cool, but 007 beats magic any day. Bond has his own magic. Ronnie, you're playing it on your big 4K TV in the front room with a great sound system. It's a really fun game with the setup. Oh, that's cool. Getting the most out of it that you can. Lizzie, you're guessing it's before Harry's parents were at Hogwarts. Yeah, Lizzie, apparently it's 300 years before Harry was even born that the game takes place in. Ronnie, wow, this font is so old school. It well and truly is. Do you have a reserve? Madre de Dios es el Polo Diablo. Yes, I have released your prisoners, and now I've come for you. Well, you're not taking me without a fight. Bang! Hey there, Harbinger. Welcome. Thank you so much for redeeming that. Desmond, off to be now for Rod. Dropping your lurk. Have a great rest of the stream. There's definitely no worries, Desmond. Thank you so much for joining Mauler's raid. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for leaving the lurk too, and I hope you have a good rest as well. Spicy chicken, there's only 2 so far, is there? Well, that's fair enough. Well, that's good though that you've caught up and that you've got the latest one. You think it'll be here by tomorrow or Friday? Oh, that's great. It's good that you don't have to wait a really long time. So I was saying before, I don't know how extensive this playthrough is going to be. I'm currently playing it on Secret Agent. The next difficulty is 00 Agent. I don't know if I'll be doing it on that difficulty, because the thing about it is I don't want to do everything with this game in one playthrough. I'd rather savor some things and keep it for future playthroughs. Because I definitely do want to play this game more in the future, but because the static audio issue happens on stream when streaming this ported version to the Xbox, after this playthrough is finished, future playthroughs will be the emulated Nintendo 64 version. Mauler, much love. Rod, time for bed for you. Don't get shot. Thank you so much, Mauler. I'll try not to. That's for sure. It's not very Bond, is it? But thank you so much again for the raid, Mauler. I highly recommend people check out Mauler's channel if you haven't before. He started a playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy. He was actually doing a cosplay as well while playing that. He just started it, so he's still early in the game. And he's also a streamer of Goose Goose Duck, as well as Grounded. And he also does Assassin's Creed streams, but he's taking a break from that to do Hogwarts. And great streamer, very friendly, great community. You're going to do a kitchen stream tomorrow? Excellent. Oh, that's good too. So yeah, Mauler's going to do a kitchen stream as well. So all variety of different things too over on his channel, and he's got a great community, so you'll definitely feel welcome there. So definitely recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. But Mauler, thanks again for that. I really do appreciate it.
Don't lie to me, Batman. Clearly, if sex was real, I would have had it by now. Lies and deception. Everywhere. Not anymore, Batman. I will tell everyone.
Thanks for redeeming that, hippie. Bane, Bane, Bane. That's that objective done. Disable Spetsnaz support aircraft. Alright, so this is almost this level done. The last time I played this game, as far as I went, was the jungle. Because that mission, even on normal, has a lot of annoying things in it. I think I just basically stopped playing after that, but not this playthrough. We'll be playing through to the end. Alright, now we need to sort this out. Let's watch it blow up in all its polygon 1997 graphics glory. I like how Bond just folds his arms. As if it's just an annoyance that he's been captured. Secret Agent James Bond, Mission 579, Part 2 Bunker. Primary objectives: compare staff, casualty lists, recover CCTV tape, disable all security cameras, and escape with Natalia. Escape is the first priority. Find the staff and casualty lists and the CCTV tape of your capture. If there are any witnesses, try and bring them out as well. Back again, Part 1 achievement unlocked. Complete the Surface 2 on a difficulty. Now, I don't know why it's a rare achievement. Unbelievable 007. If this gets out, will be the laughing stock of the international community. As soon as you get back, if you get back, you're getting a performance review. Only completing the objectives will give you a hope of keeping your rather checkered career intact. Got your wits, and that's about it, 007. Not much I can do to help you here. You might try to find your equipment again when you escape from the cell, though. It took me a lot of time to get all that stuff together. Grabbed by the Spetsnaz, James. Sounds painful. Chicken, the art in The Good Asian is really nice, is it? Oh, that's cool. It's good when they pay a lot of attention to that and make sure that it's really presentable. Did this game come out around when the first Half-Life came out? Half-Life, that was 1998, wasn't it, I think? 99. 98. Yeah, it came out a year before. I haven't really spoken too much in comparison with the movie, like I was at the start of the playthrough. But Bond was never put into a cell like this and had to use a magnetic thing on his watch to get the key and all that type of stuff. So it's not an exact one-to-one adaptation of the movie, as in every single instance of what you do in the game was in the movie. But they still did a great job at adapting it. Throwing knives. Okay, so the thing about this mission is you have to escort Natalia. The good thing is that you don't have to worry about that unless you actually open the door for her, and then she comes out. But if she dies, she gets killed. She... Jesus Christ, Rod, what's going on with you today? Can't talk properly. If you let her out now, the potential for her to die will be great, which will mean that you will fail. So it is best to wait until you've done what you need to do and then come back for her. There we go, I finally got out what I wanted to say. Hippie, you could sense some similarities. Just karate chop the guard with a locked rifle. Yeah. This is why you don't let Natalia out of the cell yet. The amount of enemies that are here won't take long for them to shoot her dead. You ass. That's right, hippie. Guards keep pouring out the door. The entire Russian population is here in one bunker. That's true. There's so many enemies, there must be 50. Maybe more, who knows. Then looks like they're better equipped than the real Russian army. These ones are just like, ugh. So annoying enemies. I like how the CCTV videotape is actually a VHS of the Goldeneye movie. Yeah, that was so funny, hippie, that the knife took away his hat. I was like, what? I mean, if I was aiming... That would actually be a funny challenge playthrough to do with this game. Every enemy, you have to knock their hat off. Except for enemies that don't have hats, obviously. Hippie, man, they really were making some art with the movie posters back then. It looks so good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, it's funny how a lot of art these days isn't always, like there are exceptions obviously, but it isn't always given that kind of appreciation. Yep, with the poster and everything. Exactly. Yeah, it was interesting because the last James Bond movie before Goldeneye was actually 1989's License to Kill. And that was a really violent James Bond movie. It had a much more sadistic kind of like tone to the violence in it. But the thing about Timothy Dalton is he actually was a great James Bond, but he only got to do 2 movies. He would have done a third, but I can't remember the details of why he didn't return for the next one. But by the time they were ready to do another one anyway, a few years had passed, so understandably he would have gone on to other stuff. But yeah, 1995 was when Goldeneye came out, so it was about 5 years after the last James Bond movie, and it became, you know, obviously a big hit. The director of it actually would return in 2006 to direct Casino Royale with Daniel Craig in his first James Bond movie. So he also directed Goldeneye, which was Pierce Brosnan's first, and Casino Royale, which is Daniel Craig's first. So he definitely was a director who knew how to reintroduce Bond, you know, to a new sort of like generation. And Pierce Brosnan actually wanted to play Bond before Goldeneye. In fact, before they cast Timothy Dalton, he wanted to actually play James Bond, but he was doing a show called Remington Steele, and the producers on the show wouldn't allow him any time to actually take off to film a Bond movie So unfortunately he couldn't play James Bond, but they went with Timothy Dalton instead, and then after that Pierce Brosnan was able to actually do it, so the rest is history. Then it was just a kick in the face to knock their hats off with a throwing knife though, so close to an insta-kill. It really is. It's a good way for the game to actually troll you as well. But yeah, it's just the kinds of things that happen in games sometimes. Go make dinner. I'll see you later, everyone. Have fun with this awesome nostalgia trip. Thank you so much, Daniel. I definitely will. And I really appreciate you stopping in too. It's good to see you in chat. I hope that you enjoy your dinner too, as well. And you have a good one. Objectives. Compare the casually complete, disable all security cameras, incomplete. Now that objective is complete, and now it's time to get Natalia. Cheers, Daniel. Appreciate that, dude. However, you can't get away in this game and having Natalia and not have an escort mission. At least with this mission, it only becomes an escort mission when you choose to make it one. I.e. getting her out of the cell at the start of the mission, which is a death sentence basically. But still, you do have to do a little bit of coaxing for the character to actually turn up. If you get too far away from her, she will just stay in whatever room that she was last in. Isabella Scorupco, I think, was the actress who played her in the movie. I don't know if they got her face model for this or not. They could have done. That's the other thing I imagine that was taking them a while to get this port to the Xbox of the original Goldeneye because of different rights issues and stuff. Because they would have had to sort out the rights of likenesses and all that kind of stuff, and would have depended on the contract and all that type of stuff. Especially with Pierce Brosnan, like I don't know if they had to get him to sign off on them reusing it, and then there's a question of do the actors who lent their likenesses, do they get royalties from this version? You know, so there'd be so many things aside from the fact of trying to get a Nintendo game onto an Xbox. But I'm glad that they worked something out as well. So I think as much as this was a big hit for Nintendo, and rightfully so, this game is bigger than Nintendo in terms of like its status of being a great game. So I think to restrict it to only be on Nintendo consoles was definitely not a good thing to do. Alright, Natalia, how about we just go? Good idea, Natalia. Escape. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, Mission 6, St. Petersburg, Part 1, Statue Park. Primary objective is contact Valentine, confront an unmasked Janus, locate helicopter, rescue Natalia, and find flight recorder. So in this we get to see the character that was played by Robbie Coltrane, who Harry Potter fans will know as Hagrid. And he was in a couple of James Bond movies. He was in this one, Goldeneye, and also he was in The World Is Not Enough as well, which was Pierce Brosnan's third movie. Thank you so much for the follow, Buzzer. Pierce Brosnan did Goldeneye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The Lord Is Not Enough, and Die Another Day, so he only got to do 4 movies in total. We not only did we get Bond in 95, but a new Batman as well. That is true, exactly, Val Kilmer. Following the 7/9 incident, MI6 has lost track of the pirate helicopter. Presumably the bugging device has been located and destroyed. Natalia Semenova, who returned to St. Petersburg against our advice, has gone missing. We can only assume that she's been abducted by the Janus Syndicate in a belated attempt to cover their tracks. The situation is critical, 007. Janus knows we're onto them, and they're taking control. We're going to circumvent the usual channels on this one. I've arranged contact with an ex-KGB agent, Valentin Zukovsky, in Statue Park, St. Petersburg. He claims he can set up a meeting with Janus. Apparently, the head of Janus wants to see you in person. Frankly, I'm uneasy about this, but it's all we've got to go on. No gizmos this time, boy. A damsel in distress. Just be careful with that chopper, James. See ya, Hagrid. Hagrid had a haircut. Let's remember too that Robert Coltrane passed away recently. Ryu, Batman Forever definitely has a mixed reception, especially in retrospect, but you can say it's one you don't mind. Oh yeah, it doesn't reach the heights of Batman and Robin, even though it does introduce elements that Batman and Robin would carry on, but to a really more exaggerated and extreme level, where almost every element is that. You can tell with these older games that the models have pictures of the actors' faces passed onto them. Exactly. There's actually a difference in dialogue that 006 will say to Bond if you actually have a weapon drawn when he shows up. Oh fuck, we did. I walked straight into that. Most likely I'm going to die now on the way back. That is true. You can tell that that's the method that they used. Yep, the other guy shot me. One shot, hit, kill. It reminds you of the scene in Deadpool at the end where he has a picture of Hugh Jackman stapled onto his face. That is true. I'd actually forgotten about that. Funny that they did that. Now I can show what happens if you have a weapon drawn when he shows up. Hippie Bames John. There's actually a video game called James Pond from 1990. Looks like they did a game in the series called James Pond, codename Robocod. They also did a third one. Okay, James Pond 3. Well, that's a pretty boring title for it, considering the second one, it seems, I think. Oh no, there's a new one on the Nintendo Switch, holy shit. So the codename Robocod is the one that's on Nintendo Switch. Interesting. Okay, so we have Mission 6, St. Petersburg, Part 2, Military Archives. Escape from interrogation room, find Natalia, recover helicopter black box and escape from Natalia. Captured by the Russians, Bond must escape military prison. Again, captured again. I hope you can defend your performance, 007, because there isn't a lawyer in the land to take on the case. Your only chance is to speak directly to Defense Minister Mishkin. He's a responsible man for a member of the Politburo. Failure is not an option, Bond. Up to you to get out of this one, 007. I can't hold your hand all the time. By the way, get that flight recorder for me, would you? Thanks. Banged up again, James. Now you know what it's like to be trapped behind a desk, and I'm off out to the theatre with a gentleman tonight. How times change. Yeah, every Robocod piece. Yeah, Hippie, it seems to be when we go into the menu, in the actual game, the volume is different. Which is kind of annoying, especially if you want to read stuff, but in the future I'll be playing in the emulated version of this, only because the audio has static issues with it, with this game as well. Yeah, Hippie, thanks for pointing it out though. But yeah, it's kind of annoying because you can only change the in-game audio once you get into the actual game. So that's something that's a bit of a downside with just porting it this way. Like I thought they would have had like a I guess a different menu that you could choose those options in, and then you know you'd actually be able to jump into the game. If I was Bond, I would just leave the girl. Just a distraction from the mission. The real mission is to hit the gym with the bros after all the fighting. So we need to get Natalia, and this is where it becomes an escort mission. That's right, I forgot. If you shoot near Natalia, she runs off. It doesn't prevent you from finishing the game though, from finishing the mission. Mission 6, St. Petersburg. Part 3, Streets. Contact Valentine. Pursue Oromov and Natalia. Minimize civilian casualties. After escaping KGB interrogation at the military archives, Natalia has been recaptured by General Oromov. She has been taken by car to the Janus operations base in St. Petersburg. Get after them, 007. We can't afford to let the trail go cold, and the chances are they'll lead you straight to rebellion. Keep a clear head though. Any civilian casualties on the streets of St. Petersburg could create an unfortunate international incident. We believe that Valentin Zukovsky is still in the area. He may be able to help you. No gadgets this time, 007, though you should be on the lookout for hardware the Russians may have left lying around. Keys in the ignition and all that old chat. I don't think she's worth the trouble, James. Perhaps you should be looking closer to home for a more reliable weapon. I love their pose at the end. How Bond does his pose with the gun and then she just folds her arms. Alright, so being rusty at this game, I need to relearn the route.
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die, precious. Got him. Nice.
Mission 6, St. Petersburg, Part 4, Depot. Destroy computer network. Obtain safe key. Recover helicopter blueprints. Locate civilians train. The Janus Operations Base in St. Petersburg is located in a disused military rail depot. From here, the crime syndicate coordinates illegal arms deals, international terrorism, and extortion. Finance Vipers 007, do your best to disrupt the Janus operations. We're particularly interested if you could retrieve their blueprints for a modified version of the stealth helicopter. It seems they may be thinking of going into production. We also believe that Urumov has taken Natalia to Trevelyan's converted missile train in the depot. You need to be on that train when it leaves. They've got a pretty sophisticated computer network hidden away somewhere in that depot, 007. Be a good chap and shut it down for them. Oh, and don't forget to blow up the Janus arms cache. I'm sorry, I can't be there myself to enjoy the fireworks. Don't miss your train, James. Mission 6, St. Petersburg, train. Destroy brake units, rescue Natalia, locate Janus' secret base and escape to safety. The leader of Janus, Alex Rebellion, is holding Natalia hostage on his armored train. We've lost experienced agents before in hostage situations. Keep a clear head, 007, and don't get sidetracked settling for the scores. A train, 007, pretty simple. Destroy the braking units in each carriage and the emergency system should bring it to a halt. That girl again, James. Now this is quite the mission. I'm actually going to go take a break though. So I'll just leave it on this screen and I'll put a pinned message up the top. To actually do that, I need to put it in chat first and then I can pin it up to the top for people who might be popping in while I'm on my break. So I will be back soon. Alrighty then, back from my break. So we have the train level. Gotta be careful because enemies can of course shoot the crates which explode. CS Sky, thank you so much for the follow. Hey Afro. Hey there, E-Toad. Welcome. Absolutely, Goldeneye. This was the surprise secret game that I was talking about on the channel recently. I've been able to actually do it for a while, but by the time they announced that they were doing the port to the Xbox, I decided to just wait until it came out, and here we are. But unfortunately, the streaming issue that I have with it, where the audio, the static, happens with it, so unfortunately, I won't be able to make use of it in the future, but it was on Game Pass anyway, so I haven't paid any extra money for it. So I'll just do the emulated version on an N64 emulator in the future, but it feels good to have the controls. Like, they haven't remastered it, so they haven't gone in and changed the graphics or updated in the graphics or anything like that, but they have made it more intuitive and that for an Xbox controller. But it's also out on the Switch as well recently. They released it on that as well. So I'm quite happy with it. I don't mind the fact that they haven't done anything extra with it, because I think sometimes you just need to let a game be how it was, and if you can just port it so it's playable on newer systems, then you're still getting maybe not the full experience, because obviously you're not playing it with a Nintendo 64 controller, but graphically looking at it you would think it's a Nintendo 64 version. And I wish more companies did that, especially with their really old games. You know, like, this was 1997, so that was a long time ago. I wish that Konami would do or would have done something similar with the first 4 Silent Hill games. Just optimize them so that they can be playable, but don't change anything. Like, don't try and mess with the textures or anything like that, like they did with a certain HD collection of 2 and 3. Oh really? So when this came out, you were 7 and 8 years old playing this non-stop? That's cool. Yeah, I was about 13 years old when the Nintendo 64 version of it came out. I decided to put the aspect ratio how it is, just to try and emulate the way it would have been originally. But it's great that they have widescreen and that as options. It's crazy to think how much better graphics got when the 2000s hit. That's true, and when you think about it, it's only like 3 years after 1997, so it's amazing what differences there can be. And then you look at games when you have like the early 2000s versus even the mid 2000s too. It's so crazy how quickly things advance, and that's the thing about games. And I'm noticing myself more and more that I'm really noticing now how much of a difference there was just from the Xbox 360 to the Xbox One. You know what I mean? Actually, sorry, I mean, I said Xbox 360 and Xbox One. Obviously there's a difference, but I mean, I'm only just starting now to recognize the difference between last generation and this generation's consoles. Because early on, there wasn't really that much of a big, massive difference yet. Whoops, sorry to tell you. Fuck. I forgot to wait. Oh well, there's no point continuing the mission. There's actually a trick that you can get a bit more time to get rid of that, those locks on the hatch at the bottom of the train by shooting Zenda. But I thought I could be quick enough to actually shoot Barumov as well. mentioned it earlier, but in this game, if an enemy that you've killed is doing a dying animation in front of another enemy who's directly behind them, you can't shoot through the dead enemy dying in front of you and hit the other enemy, but they can hit you, which is a bit unfair. But by the same token, if you get real close up to one enemy and then there's another enemy behind, then the enemy that you're right up against will be taking all the gunfire from the other enemy. You pricks. I knew I should have just hung back and wait for them to actually come out at me. fuck me dead. I'm going too fucking close. Alright, time to forget trying to do the trick. This is my problem. When I'm streaming games, I try to go for stuff that sometimes offline I don't have any trouble with. Because I'm streaming the game, that's when all issues happen. Mission 7, Cuba, Part 1 Jungle. Destroy drone guns, eliminate Xenia, blow up ammo dump, and escort Natalia to Jenny's base. Satellite reconnaissance has been unable to locate any installation near the coordinates recovered from the Janus computers in St. Petersburg. It seems likely that a ground search will be necessary. The CIA has provided you with a light aircraft. Underfly Janus radar and parachute into the drop. Proceed through the jungle, eliminating any opposition attempt to locate the Janus base. Miss Simonova will be with you on this mission. If Janus is operating a Goldeneye satellite, her computing skills will be essential when you try to disable their systems. Jack Wade has given her some basic firearms training and he thinks she'll be able to carry her weight in a combat situation. Be careful though, 007. Remember, she isn't an experienced operative like yourself. You'll know you're on the right trail if you encounter Janus troops or automatic defenses. Be especially wary of their robotic drone guns. I'm giving you some triggered lines for their ammo dump. Try not to waste them on silly things. And look out for that Xenia woman, 007. I think she's after you, you lucky devil. A hot date in the rainforest with 2 women. Shame on you, James. She always did enjoy She always did enjoy a good squeeze, is what Bond says in the movie when she actually dies, but she doesn't get killed just by being shot. She tries to do her thigh maneuver on Bond to cut off his breathing, but something with a helicopter actually, I think. It's been a long time since I saw the movie. Natalia, you are so damn friggin' lucky that she didn't get destroyed by that explosion as she just ran past it nonchalantly. Got the RCP-90 and the grenade launcher. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Have some fucking grenades. Oh, that's right, they keep on coming here, I think. Natalia, come over here, you bloody fucking idiot. Rod, what are you doing? Just gonna road jam, but get the fuck out of my. Jesus fucking Christ. There we go. Mission 7 Cuba, Part 2 Control Center. Protect Natalia, disable Goldeneye satellite, destroy armored mainframes. The Janus Control Center has been located in an underground complex in the Cuban jungle. Into the Lion's Den 007. Well, just be careful. Remember that you and Miss Simonova are a team. It's critical that you protect her while she's hacking into the Janus computers. With any luck, she'll be able to stop the Goldeneye from firing. While you're there, old boy, see if you can't erase their databases. The details of Janus's criminal bankrolls are stored on specially armored mainframe units. That information is worth millions to Janus. I'm sure you'll find some way of it. You know, James, she's not the only woman who can operate a computer. Hey CS. Yeah, I actually forgot about that one that was there. That good old elevator music as well. This is the music that plays when the next actor to be James Bond is waiting in the audition room. Just kidding. I don't know what. For all I know, they're good. Thanks for redeeming that. Random Bond quote. Awesome. Okay, so here's one. Now this one I'm particularly keen about. You see the gear lever here? Now, if you take the top off, you will find a little red button. Whatever you do, don't touch it. Yeah, why not? Because you release this section of the roof and engage and then fire the passenger ejector seat. Wish! Ejector seat? You're joking. I never joke about my work, 007. So that's actually from Goldfinger, the third James Bond movie that they did with Sean Connery. It's Q basically telling him about the gadget that he's got and telling him not to press the red button. I love that. He fumbles the gun. I am invincible. In the movie, Boris, that's one of the things he loves to say, is I'm invincible. And then in the movie he dies because he gets frozen in a pose where he's doing like a victory sort of thing, and he's saying, and he says that line, I'm invincible, with a big grin on his face, and then he gets frozen forever with that grin on his face. Fuck, forgot about that one. So there we go, another change in what she says. If you take damage, she says you're hurt. If you don't, she says you are wonderful.
You fucking pricks. Fucking assholes. Now go do the whole fucking thing again. fucking cunts!
You fucking piece of shit. Tell you what, these fucking enemies were fucking faster this time in getting into positions. Fuck, this mission is annoying. Even on fucking normal. Fucking forgot to hit the body armor. What a piece of shit just spawning in right there. About fucking time. Of course I'd forget one of the fucking mainframes at that point. Okay, mission 7, Cuba water cabins. Destroy inlet pump controls, destroy outlet pump controls, destroy master control console, and minimize scientist casualties. The Janus control center communicates with the Goldeneye weapons system via a large satellite dish which is usually concealed underwater. The pumps which allow Janus to flood the communications dish are housed in a subterranean cave complex defended by cracked Janus troops. Don't jeopardize the mission by going for the man bond. Nobody needs a dead hero. You'll be on your own, but CIA combat support will be waiting. Find a radio and inform Jackway to the exact location of the dish and he'll send in cavalry. The satellite communication dish is exposed. If you remove the water pumps, Janus will be unable to hide it again. Destroy the servo control consoles close to the pumps and be sure to disable the master console. Doing a spot of spelunking will don't mess up your trousers, Janus. Alright, second last level. No, Afro, you haven't. It's been rough right now, is it? Also, pretty sure Bond didn't kill this many people in the movie. No. No, definitely not. Afro, honestly, the teachers get so much full of themselves. You've been teaching here 10 years or whatever, okay? And I've been in this busted schooling system for 16 years now, writing hundreds of useless practicals. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You can't, like, if you're a teacher, you can't expect things to be the same with every single student that you have, you know, as well. And no matter how many years you've been somewhere, you should still be open to actually trying to figure out what the students actually need, instead of what you think they need based on what other students needed in the past that the current students don't need to worry about because they're not those, you know what I mean? I mean, it's very easy to get stuck in one's ways all the time, of course, but rough is an understatement, yeah. It'd be so frustrating as well. Right now, a little bit hippie. In the previous level, I got my ass handed to me a few times. It was one of those levels where you had to work your way through all this stuff, and then you had to destroy these mainframes, and then you had to protect Natalia when she was working on the computer, and you have multiple enemies coming at you on different levels and stuff like that. So that got me a few times, but we got past it, so we're now on to the second last level of the game. Yeah, so almost finished actually. After this level, one more left. The final level has one of my favorite music. I've noticed that there's a few frame rate issues with this game sometimes. I mean, obviously being what it is, but more than that. It is Afro, that's right. Bond gets given by Q a pen that actually is an explosive device, and I can't remember how many clicks you need to do to detonate, to arm it, sorry. But then there's another clicks to actually disarm it. So Boris gets the pen and he's basically, you know, flicking it, and Bond's getting a bit nervous and he's like, you know, but then he flicks the pen and uses that as an the explosion as a distraction. You have that pen actually, it's called a Parker Jotter. Ah, okay. I didn't realize what kind of pen that was. That's cool. These scientists would get away from the computer I want to blow up, that'd be good. I don't know if they're getting the message though. Hey, idiot. There we go. Forgot to do that before. Alright, now that we've taken care of all that, we need to destroy the master one. The other one is minimize scientist casualties. It's funny, I was saying earlier that the director of Goldeneye, Martin Campbell, this was Pierce Brosnan's first movie as Bond, but then around 10 years later he actually directed Daniel Craig's first James Bond movie, Casino Royale. It was interesting with Goldeneye because they went with a different kind of approach with the soundtrack. I'm not talking about the actual opening Bond theme, but I mean the actual in the movie music that they would normally do. A lot of electronic stuff and things like that. But I think it's quite well actually. I think Eric Serra is the name of the composer of the movie music for Goldeneye. After it's a 60-year-old pen, like the design of it. Wow, that's a long time. Out of the Pierce Brosnan Bond movies, my favourite still is Goldeneye. Out of them, Brosnan did 4: Goldeneye, Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and Die Another Day. I didn't mind some stuff about The World Is Not Enough, but I don't know, it felt like a bit too much of a convoluted kind of story. But yeah, I'd say out of the 4, the ones that I think are the best is Goldeneye and Tomorrow Never Dies, and then World Is Not Enough would probably be better than Die Another Day. There's a few things in Die Another Day that I didn't mind, like the fact that Bond gets captured and it's not like he is only captured for a week, like he's captured for months. So MI6 doesn't know if they can trust him anymore, because Bond doesn't really know what he might have said or not said under interrogation. Fuck! Great. Good one, Rod. Fail the fucking bloody objective. Gee, I wish I was the same age I was when I was actually good at this game. But that's the thing about getting older. Not that I was an expert player or anything, but there's a lot of mistakes I'm making that I wouldn't have made. Maybe I might still be able to do it. Your first rage, road rage moment. Yeah, I've definitely had a few. There was a big one. Well, it wasn't really a raid. Well, it was a rage moment, but it was just like a quick, you fucking thing. That's right, I remember now there's those bloody turrets. I love when the enemies do that side hop thing. Looks so funny. Got the friggin' RCP fucking 90s. Or you being able to open the door from fucking 50 miles away. Now enemies are respawning all over the fucking place. Don't close. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Ah, oh, come on. Get through the fucking door. Thanks for redeeming that, hippie.
You're not old, Batman. You're just more experienced.
Thanks for redeeming that, hippie. I'm gonna need a lot more room to move from that. Let's hope I got all the objectives. Yep. Done. Antenna cradle. Destroy control console, settle the score with Rebellion. Janus control communications have been jammed and the Goldeneye satellite orbit is decaying. Only Rebellion and his personal bodyguard remain unaccounted for. You know my feelings about personal vendettas interfering with mission success 007. However, in this case, I think we can turn a blind eye to whatever happens out there. Be careful and remember, you are licensed to kill. Would you believe it, 007, there's another blaster control thingy actually on the antenna cradle. Rebellion might be able to realign the antenna and get one last firing message through to the satellite. Get out there and destroy it. We don't want things going pear-shaped at the last minute. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, James. You know I won't sleep soundly until you get back to England in one piece. Alright, so this has my favourite music. There's heaps of great music in this game, but this is one of my favourite bits. Just want to hear the music for a bit. Ooh, you piece of shit. For England, James? No. For me. Yeah. In Nintendo Vision. James Bond will return. Yes. They used to put that at the end of every movie and actually say what the next movie was going to be. Just want to have this in-game music happening while I actually finish the stream, because the music in the actual menu is much louder than it is in the game. You can't actually control the volume in the menu, only in the game itself. I wish that for this port they actually had like ability to fix all that stuff before it actually loaded up the actual game. But in any case, that is the end of the playthrough. We unlocked the Aztec level, but I'm not going to worry about doing that in this playthrough. But there will be more playthroughs of this in the future, but I think I'll just do this as the only thing in the playthrough that I'll do. So just play from start to finish again. But it was good to revisit it. It's been almost 10 years since I last even played it. I don't know how long it's been since I actually finished it the last time. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I already know though what game is going to be replacing Goldeneye every Wednesday, and I'm actually going to start that playthrough. Let's see. Yeah, I think I could start it tonight. Yeah, it'll only be like a short stream though, but I'm actually going to start a playthrough to celebrate Grand Theft Auto's 10th anniversary. It's probably not the actual date yet when GTA 5 first came out, because if I have a look at that, it was the 17th of September in 2013, but I don't have time this year to wait until it actually goes past the actual month of the anniversary. So I'm going to do a playthrough of GTA 5 to celebrate its 10th anniversary. It will not be a vanilla one though. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to show each mission that involves the three characters from their perspectives. So there's three characters for those who don't know. Some missions, both characters or all three are actually involved. But you get slightly different things if you start the mission already playing as one character over the other. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to show each of the three different endings, but I'm going to end on the one that I always choose, which is the third way. But just as part of the 10th anniversary celebration, I will do those two as well. But also I want to get the hangout dialogue between the three characters and have them meet up after each mission for dialogue. And maybe some other stuff too related to the dialogue, just depends on how we go. But that's the game that's going to replace GoldenEye every Wednesday, is GTA 5. For those who won't be able to make it in the next, say, I might take a half an hour break. If you can't make it in half an hour time, that's completely fine. The next stream after the GTA one I'm doing would be Red Dead Redemption 2, which is my Thursday game. So if you see me streaming Red Dead 2, then you know it's become Thursday. But I will be back in 30 minutes with GTA 5 to start that playthrough. And I'll change the title, of course, so that it doesn't say, you know, GoldenEye Part 1. I'll just say that it's full playthrough. But I hope that everyone has a good one. And yeah, I'll be back in 30 minutes with GTA 5.